Ukraine. Thank you that today for that we have such frosty morning we came. So today we have some changes in our program, but we launched it online. I am Irina Ptashnik. I am Council of Investigation Razum and Advice Organizations with community and environment. I'm glad to welcome you here on political discussion, which is a logic continuation of the events that we have started in October to raise the community to the discuss of the necessity to increase the green employment as a logic transformation for renovation of Ukraine. Why this topic is so important? Because the annual report of Informational Agency shows the increase of green employment places. For example, year 2022, the global employment energetic rise for 67 million persons, which is in 3 million more than before COVID times. More than a half of such increase in effect 1 from 7 billion is for 5 sectors: wind energy, sun energy, electronic mobile, stable pumps, and tactical important useful resources. That is why the sun energy is the biggest employer in the sphere. Before I will give a floor to my colleague for the investigation concerning the employment place, green employment place in Ukraine and Europe. I would like to make a citation of Executive Director for International Agency, who told that unpredictable facilitation for the pure energetics that we can spectacular will create millions of employment places in the world, but they can be filled not quickly now. But educational institution must implement the program for specialists who needs to cover all of the needs. To be tuned is the time to cover all of the needs of pure energy. In the framework of today's event, we provided the discussion how we can the increasement of green places. First of all, will help the renovation of Ukraine and involvement of green investment into this sector of energy to come back the population and employment who are abroad now, and in which way it will increase the transformation for educational system and requalification for existing specialists, help for existing profession to gain new knowledge, new skills, as today is provided by so-called European Skill Agenda. We will try to cover all of this question. If you will have some other question, please don't hesitate to ask them. You can write in chat in our broadcast. We will answer today in both panel. Provided it's provided the Deputy of Ministry of Energy, Representative of Energy Efficiency from Infrastructure, representing from investment structures, who will help to reveal the questions in which way we and each problem face investment during the investment of renewable energy. That is why I welcome you, those one who involved now and who could come personally, the one who listens to us during our broadcast, and given Natalia Andrusevich, the Deputy Executive Director for presentations, investigation for Green Place, and she will tell us what does it mean and what should we do to increase the quantity of green places of job and help Ukraine to renovate. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to welcome all of you in our event. And it's a second event on this topic. And actually, it's very important because among such recommendation of our investigation, one of this was a dialogue on political level. So it's very important to start as our work with different stakeholders and with the ministry, with those one who take political decision to come from the with the business. And it's very important to start to work with the communities, and also it's very important to work with a politician to make such political questions to be included into the agenda, because now we have a process of planning of our after-war reconstruction, and all of this question can be the one very important component of such reconstruction. And it was one of this reason why we made such investigation. In effect, from the beginning of the war, we are optimistic and we think about the after-war reconstruction and renovation. And there are a lot of plenty of advocacy from Ukrainian education and international organizations supported European Union. The sense that the renewal of Ukraine must be based on green principles, on green postulates. It will give the root changes, it will give the perspective for the future. And for us to have arguments, because it's okay to tell about the principles, the strategic documents, but maybe this about the job places, green job places, is like a practical revelation of green reconstruction. That is the reason why that we tried to start this work, start the work from the investigation to have effect. That is why it was such investigation provided due to QR code. You in such leaflets you can open and get familiar with the full investigation. It is in English and Ukrainian language, and also there is a brief CV with the main data and the main figures of such investigation. Since I would like to stop at the main questions, my questions for my today presentation. First of all, what does it mean, green employment places? Why it's what kind of perspective for Ukraine, and what should we do right now? So, what does it mean, green employment place? As a rule, there is not a single definition that it was established in some kind of document that it's like this, like those. There are different approaches that will be used by different states, different international organizations to define what does it mean. But it's two main concepts. First one, it's so-called on the result base. It's green job places to be considered to be green due to the sector. So it's a green sector, it's a branch which works on some environmentally friendly goods or services. Automatically, all of this quantity of the employers, so-called, we can say that they are green places. And it's an approach which is used in European Union, and as a rule, it's a kind of approach that we must be oriented, because we go into the European Union and we have a perspective of membership, and we would probably harmonize our vision and with the European Union. The second one, the second variant, is it's on the basis of the process. Actually, it can be any branch which is ecologically harmful, for example, but nevertheless, green places of employment when employees have some kind of responsibility in framework of environmental issues or some kind of skill. So if it's a kind of chemicals production, or you have some specialists for protection of the environment, or specialists from sustainable development, so for such job place we can consider to be green. As a rule, it's interesting one, and the second approach are interesting. So, for example, USA combined two approaches, but for the second approach, we need to have more detailed guidelines. What kind of job place can be considered to be green? It's a longer work, but as a rule, it's also important because there are enterprises which cannot be green, but if they pay attention for the environmental protection, it's also important and correct. There are many things over the questions of green places. A green international organization of labor works a lot. Because it's dignified places which encourages places for old places of kind of energy efficiency. The key a difference is traced here that International Organization of Labor emphasizes in its documents that it can be dignified labor, which includes the component of a dignified payment for the labor. And for us, for Ukraine, it's also important because if we would like to create new green job places for people to come back into Ukraine, it's clear understanding that it must be dignified labor with dignified payment, and which we have more chances for people to come back. Why? It's actual up to date. First of all, it's a trend. It's a trends which are now traced both in European Union and in whole world. It's a connection of climatic connection, and this connection is reflected in strategic vision. In such a vivid example, you have such European green way, which was adopted by European Union, which was adopted at the end of the year 2019, and as a this basic digital transformation, it's make emphasis for creation of new green branches and correspondingly the creation of green employment places. It's provided that's up to, because they have some reference up to 2050. So for their strategic documents, there are that up to 2050 in building sector will be created 160,000 of employment places, because the sector also will be more environmentally friendly and green. If you talk about investments, about the questions climatic neutralization, it's a component more wide from outside for green way, and we will also touch Ukraine because now we are candidate state for membership of the European Union, and when we will start the negotiation process, we are starting to wait from the next year, and we should perform everything, all documents, but also IKS, which includes both policies and also policy as a green way. And we will have such kind of liabilities in our policy. Here in the slide, you can see the situation with ecological employment places in European Union, and during latest 10-year, it was increased more than general employment, and then it increased from 2.1 up to 2.5 in year 2020. And in the diagram, you can see the quantity of green employment places correspondingly to each state. It's very convenient that such figures are counted in here. If you will open the statistics, you can see from the point of view of branches, years, and states. That is why if we will adopt such approach, and we will separate separate out the goods and services which are environmental. We don't have such statistical data, and we cannot show the statistic in a framework a little bit like a group. We try to advocate this question to our ministries, but unfortunately we didn't have success in this. Ministry of Economy said that it's a question of statistics. Statistics told that it's a question of Ministry of Economy. I don't know. I hope that in our work, when we will come to this level of politician, we will be able to launch it in Ukraine. Concerning Ukraine, of course, we don't have the definition of green employment places, and we didn't have it in some kind of strategy and legislation as a single thing, and correspondingly we didn't, because we don't have such ecological sector of goods and services. But such kind of organizations, ARENA, the it deals with renovating energy, and it has its own statistic, and you hear such data, unfortunately in this diagram, but you can see it's at year 2021. It's the data before the war. Now they don't have such data concerning Ukraine, but the employment in this sector in Ukraine was significant, and it increased, but it's 39.8 thousand of employment places, and it's more than sun energy, hydro energy, wind energy, and biomass. So such data we have, but unfortunately it's a single thing that we have concerning the green placement places of employment, but we hope that we will be able to count all of this. For Ukraine, what kind of perspective we have for Ukraine? As we connect the question of creation of green employment places with after-war reconstruction, for us to appeal with effect, we are trying to count how many employment places could be created in the process of reconstruction, and it will give us the hope that people who will come back to Ukraine will be able to find the dignified work, and in addition, those people who live in Ukraine and the IDPs from different places and they lost their jobs, they will be able to find the job. There are some detailed description how it was made. It's a methodology of International Currency Fund. When you have these sectors which we counted: the transport, energy, drainage, education, healthcare, and correspondingly to the methodology, it was stipulated how many for 1 million investment of US dollars, how many employment places were created, and corresponded what kind of state it is, with the developed economy, with the developing economy, due to the mobility and intensively of work force, and it's counted. So we have such maximum salary and minimum salary. That if we will be optimistic, generally we have 2 million, more than 2 million employment places could be created. And the needs, the first column is the needs. How much money do we need for the renovation? Correspondingly to the report, due to the needs, it's a World Bank, European Union, and Ukraine who prepare such report. These figures are from such report. The next slide. Quantity of employment places which will be created in the process of after-war reconstruction if it will be on a green basis. The next slide is a quantity of additional green employment place. It's 1,258,000 of green places if our reconstruction will be on green basis. It's a first attempt to calculate. The data could be changed depending on how we can estimate the needs in investment, and also it's depending on new damage we will have. So we can also take new sectors. We have important sector which were not calculated and were not taken into account. So we have the space for the work. And the main conclusion of this, it's that the green reconstruction in comparison for ordinary reconstruction will create more green places, and in whole the green reconstruction could be created 4,2 places of employment, and in principle, it could be provide with a job for all people who went away from Ukraine. If such condition will they meet their needs, it's a greatest potential for creation of additional employment places. Have some energetic transport and water supply. Also, it was to be said that it's a low qualified employment or a high qualified. The question with the green workplaces is like such investigations that from the beginning, when such places are only been created, are low qualified, because if you need to build some kind of enterprises or install sun panels, it's a low qualified, and this for Ukraine, it could be advantageous for Ukraine, because people who will come, they will not have the proper qualification, but with the time they will be able to learn and to deal with some kind of high qualified specialties. It will be high qualified jobs. And the latest the lesson that I would like to emphasize, what things can we do right now, and our main steps. And we are trying to make like with the event like now, we can rise such discussion on the political level. It's a launching of the concept for legislative and political documents that I have already told about this. When one ministry showed with the finger to another ministry, and actually you don't need so much of effort trying to count of such job places as a principle that's more done by the European Union. As a rule, it will be useful for us in the future when the question will arise that everything will be harmonized with European policy. And of course, the second point is that reconstruction of the green base is not just rebuilt, but rebuild the carbonization from kind of ecological thinking, and it's important cooperation with international partners. The latest thing, it's Ukraine facility, new financial instrument. Due to this instrument, Ukraine will be given 50 billion euro for reconstruction and for preparation to the membership. Have some green condition which maintains some financial instruments, because that is why it's very important. The point is investment into green sectors, things that we expect after this, the war will be over, and investment will come, and investor will not like to invest old and harmful technologies. That will be green sectors. And the last thing, it's cooperation of all stakeholders, because it's a question not only about political things and statistics count all of this. It's not questions to count this with its questions how to improve the development of this sectors. It's important cooperation with the sector of education, who prepares young specialists after the school come to the universities with kind of specialty we have in our universities, which kind of qualified skills students will have. From the other point of view, it can be requalification. This is the question of education during lifetime. There are some need requirement for some kind of qualifications, and to gain them, it's important. It's important to have cooperation with education and cooperation with the business. Which the question how it will develop this business on green principles. If they have some new places of work, they have some institution, some questions who deal with sustainable development, the supervision of ecological standards. That is what, so the last moment that I would like to emphasize, it's a cooperation in for all parties which are interested, who can work to solve all of the questions. So now, thank you for attention. If you have some question, I'm ready to answer. Thank you, Mrs. Natalia, and to tell more about the steps which Ukraine need to take to promoting of green places. I would like to give a floor to Olesa Mishenko, to our next speaker, if we will have her online. And we ask Olesa about the decarbonization fund as one of the steps to promote in Ukraine renewable energy and financial instruments which are important for municipal sector to be implemented. And if it's possible to tell about the cooperation for state energy efficiency with Irena, with finances this project for renovating energy. Olesa?
Пані Олеся,
Ms. Alyssa, have a good day. This is the Energy Minister of Ukraine. Your word, please. Everything is good. You can hear me? And we apparently can. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody who's joined this conference. I'd like to give my thanks to the organizers of this conference. This is a very important issue being raised. Currently, we realize that creating new jobs is our future. This is what we will be able to do in the future. I'd possibly like to reinforce the words of Natalia Andrusevich, that we are currently in need of planning, in need of building the future right now. I'd like to recall Viktor Frankl's quote when he was analyzing the people who have been through war. The first people to go were the ones who thought that this would be ending quickly. Currently, we have to understand that this is reality, that we're surviving, we're not quite living, and we have to build the future. I thank our army. Due to their work, we are able to gather here, and we're able to build the future for our children. In this day, I'd like to thank the people. I'd like to thank for the research data being provided for us in this area. Currently, we can see that this is a very broad subject. Right now, we're working with our communities. We must understand that our municipal sector is a part of this. It's not just politics, it's not just politicians. We have not always looked at them as the sphere, as the part that has to influence our society. especially this area. The municipal sector, of course, is one of the key players in this area, and we must understand that to develop further and create not only green jobs but any kind of jobs overall, we have to have the opportunities for businesses. We have to work together. We have to collaborate with the people who are doing the actual part. Currently, the government effectiveness as a manager of the country is working on very many different areas. One of those areas is working with communities directly, working with their potential in the sphere of energy effectiveness and developing energy, decarbonization, alternative sources of energy, and so on and so forth. So basically, it's the municipal work, it's the area with, it's the civic work that allows us to understand how much they're interested in this sphere and how much they're willing to work in this area. Our second area, sphere, vector is quite a large development in digitalization of energy effective areas is the creation of a Ukrainian decarbonization platform. I'd probably say that this is kind of early. In just a bit of time, the head of the platform will describe this. Let me just give a few words about what this is and what is it for. It's a digital media sphere platform area that will organize everything, all of the efforts in this sphere. So I'd like to know we're working with a green university because this is, as we understand, this is our future. This is for our children. And when they had a question about what to work with, who to become in the future, they'll understand that this is one of the viable options, and it is one of the vectors in which we will be developing. This is also information for current energy managers interested in decarbonization and energy effectiveness, the one who are interested in lowering energy consumption and raising energy safety. The second step on this platform will be gathering the projects in the sphere. We have a very many different various projects. It could be house-based, it could be 15 different energy options, energy spheres to reach energy effectiveness. For example, for a business or for even a private person, private sector. And if they decide in their house to create, to lower their housing bills for energy, this is what we're for. On our platform, we have a catalog of energy effective equipment, which we have developed with European-based partners who will be presenting their equipment, who will be describing it, and who will be presenting what they have. We'll have several cases of how to use the equipment, and the next stage will be preparation work. What our communities are right now interested in is the financial development. This is the development of financial instruments. We're working with very many international organizations to do modern capital modernization. Sorry, for loaning, for crediting, and guarantees for businesses of future investments. This will lead to financial investments into the projects for energy safety and energy effectiveness areas. We understand that this is one of the areas in our life, this probably has started already now, is the renovation. We must understand, we must regulate, we must have this with the European Union, that we at some point we will be renovating, and it's a good idea to start right now. And one of the areas, one of the best areas to make this renovation in is what we're talking about here today. Basically, most of the people in our conference today is the people interested in this area, and ones who are using this, the instruments that we provide, and ones that are interested in having access to this. We have had the case that the civic institutions had a very low access to the instruments which we right now have. We are currently dealing with low representation of knowledge for these instruments, and we are working right now on this problem. We understand that we have to educate, we have to popularize, and this is about the one of the another vector for the Ukrainian decarbonization effort is the digital transformation, which will be starting from January 1st, 2024. This is the tax on carbon dioxide, which is being implemented. So this is one of the implementations which dealing with decarbonization, which we can have right now, and one that will be pushing into decarbonization and modernization. Currently, we are developing the agenda of funds of fund allotment, and we understand that when we're done, we'll be able to publish this information and provide it to the people interested. We understand that some organizations have created more projects. It doesn't matter which exactly the area is, it all influences economics and raises and improves it. Second question is the green jobs thing. We're working with several agencies in this respect. Currently overall, just recently we had a seminar when we discussed the projects they're interested in looking for. Arena right now is one of the best organizations in this respect. It's one of the organizations working with Ukraine. 67 different countries, and they have considerable experience in energy effectiveness. We have several projects with biofuel, hydrothermal, solar energy, and energy conservation. What's interested in why we're working with this organization is they're now working with just several projects. They're working with large projects requiring investments of several $1,000,000. So they're interested in supporting projects of stable energy and energy effectiveness. So this is why we're working with that organization. We're looking for projects like this. We're looking for people interested in funding such projects or looking for additional information on such projects. You can contact me, you can contact us, we'll definitely help you and clarify any questions you might have or prepare a project or help you prepare a project for this organization. Thank you for your time. Hopefully this is not our last meeting. We have many questions that need. Thank you, Ms. Alyssa. We have a
Yaroslav raised his hand. Maybe he would like to ask, please tell what kind of Rena, to the question of energy efficiency, state energy efficiency and Irena. Yes, as far as I know, as a first agency, this agency doesn't have such instruments for these questions in general. This is a portfolio of questions of the project, questions of efficiency, concerning the energy efficiency. Look, as far as I know, Iran established two organization, Ministry of Energy and Energy Efficiency, in framework of cooperation and submitting of the projects on the board of the cabinet of ministry, head of cabinet ministry, and we have correspondently some institutions and provisions. It's a provision of cabinet of ministry which emphasizes that Ministry of Energy is responsible for communication with IRENA concerning, but it's nothing about energy efficiency. It's made some amendments concerning these questions, and the communication with the agency which doesn't have liabilities of this. Yaroslav, I would like to tell that that energy efficiency is one of the important issue of IRENA work. It also focused on such questions. And for today, we in such approach we have besides work with on the seminar and learning how to submit the project. Have some there were no other cooperation, we would say, but we don't violate anything and we do no harm. I will not argue this is your opinion, but this is which are focused of involvement of international support of Ukraine for development of our project and to get advantages for Ukraine. We cannot harm this activity. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Ms. Alessia, for you to get involved in our discussion. And Mr. Yaroslav was before me because I wanted to give the floor to him, or Yaroslav Demchenko, Deputy of Energy Ministry for question of Euro integration. Yaroslav has a questions to you. In which way the Ministry of Energy, which kind of steps were made to involve women and to for why this question about the gender? Because the Ministry of Economy has published the statistic for year 2022 to year 2023, very actively increased the, first of all, registered the enterprises by women, and during year 2023 women had of new enterprises, and it's clear that also manage women in other spheres and also in the sphere of renewable energy, how minister sees the involvement of women and promoting for the traditional sources of energy. Good morning, dear participants. I have some vivid examples of such women in our political scenes, in international policy, which work with energy sector, with the development, with the sustainable development, and the head of agency of energy efficiency. A previous speaker is one of all of the leaders of such approaches, and I would like to say that in my question was the wish of to provide the coordination, more efficient coordination between institutions, because for Ukraine there are a lot of questions which were raised, and a lot of attention can be paid by international NGOs, and we must do anything possible that also the project and between the international organization, the question of gender, women, participation of women was regulated. And for me, it's a big event which took place. Unfortunately, it was not in Ukraine, but I'm sure that such event will reflect the things which took place in Ukraine. A week ago, the president women in sustainable development, all the private and state investment of $900 billion were planned and billions to increase the quantity of women in participation in energy and economic. You know, she told a lot of presentation such initiatives, and in century 21, none of the economy can come forward if the half of its of the population stays behind. The administration must provide to move on, and we feel part of this organization. So for us in Ukraine, the Ministry of Energy is responsible for development of energy sector. For the energy center was balanced. Even all of the threat of war and the sustainability of energy sector is reflected in the strategy, which was adopted by Cabinet of Ministry, which was worked out by Ministry of Energy. Is told that energy sector in the future, it will be the sector which is based on two generations. Atomic generation is a generation of energy, and also decentralized sector of economy. Decentralized energy is all of these three factors. This it's high possibility of creation of new jobs and highly paid jobs. We take into account that women and quantity of people of women in the sectors, which which will help the visual role play a significant role. We have a big push for changes of the structure for social support in these segments. We, with international partners, we communicate with them. When we communicate with international partners who give grants or give investment, we communicate about such topics, such enterprises, projects which were created in Ukraine or will be created in Ukraine. They must take into account the question of gender gender equality and sustainability of development of Ukraine in the future. It's a question of usage of technologies and the question of usage of different instruments to provide the access of market, investment possibility, technical support for women. When we communicate, we have such a message that we must create such such conditions for women who who went away from Ukraine, who are refugees. They must find the message from Ukraine that here the possibilities of creation of jobs appear to improve the sustainable development of Ukraine. Communication inside of Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, we must pay attention in which way we can decrease or remove any obstacles which will make the and to make the women labor possible. We have the specialist in the question of gender equality. We're talking about that the labor in energy sector would be accessible both for men and women. The architecture for energy sector is being changing due to the war, due to the condition, get rid of carbon, and there are a lot of challenges, and the changes are tremendous in this sector. And live in the time of changes. It's very interesting life, a lot of challenges, and make these challenges not to be disconnect from the point of view of gender. It's very important for us to create such a condition to make the access to such changes, to participation of such changes be equal, and especially and create such condition for women to stay. We have such women in different sectors, and atomic energy, and the leaders at the places who are make the process of decentralization possible. A very active movement for NGOs which encourage the process of sunshine panel system of accumulation of and generation and distribution of energy could appear in regions. But for Ukraine, be the energy green energy hub as such Ukraine we would like to create. Our strategy provides this. We need that together with such initiative, new projects appeared. It can be new technologies, but in the same way, we are interested that new green techs, new ecologies could appear in Ukraine, not from outside, but appear inside of the state. And it's very important to support the women innovation project in the sector of energy. In all world, there is example of women leadership in energy sector, in the segment of working out new technologies and such startups which appear them, and the quantity of women, girls in such startups is very high, and we are joyful from this that we have this even in condition of war. Coming back to our today, our reality. Some from the beginning of the week, we have a shooting in the Donetsk region. In the Donetsk region, two rockets from three come into the object of energy. It's a mine and the energy supply station and was attacked, and a man dead who was a specialist of the station worked on ground services. One woman suffered from this, who also worked with him. She came back to labor, but she had a big shock that during this working day, because it was very quickly, it is very near to the front line, and women performing her function was shocked. She has a light contusion, but she came back to her job. There are a lot of examples. It's an example for 1 week, but we have plenty of such examples when our women energetics perform the function during the shooting and had overload, psychological load, because the mission during the work, women can be attacked, and such the job place can be the attraction for the terroristic regime of Russia, because their aim is to reduce the because they target to reduce the power of such object, and the women who perform the work of women. It's a dignified job. This work has, we would say, it must provoke interest of more women and open possibilities. It's a work, unfortunately, a very dangerous work. That is why when I visited one of the region and I saw women who work in the with a team of men, and she work in some kind of station in dispatcher services. She repairs. She's a dispatcher. I encourage her to come to one of the events to the Germany, for her to open the next world to her, to have the possibility, her own development beyond the station, because the knowledge that she gained here, the knowledge about the real work, it can be interested for other enterprises. It's interesting another knowledge and the push to develop, not to spend all her life in the dispatcher cabin with a team of men. So we must find the impulse. We must give the impulses for those women who work in energetic sector, who work on dangerous condition. For them gets the same support and is a respect, and have the possibilities for their further development. So involvement of new specialties, more attention for realization of the projects which made by women, and the attention to those who work. And unfortunately, we can do everything to involve you and give you possibilities, but unfortunately we forget for those who already work in this sector and work on our enterprises. For each enterprise we must support some better specialties. We are ready to pay them more. And forget about the motivation for those specialties who work right now. If we talk about the general question about reformation of energetic question, of course, we pay attention for financial question. It's a liquidity of the market, and we have such question financial motivation for those who work in this sector, for them to continue their work, for them to be interested, and because they dedicate their time, because they have the danger with the work, and they must have some respect and material part. Finalizing, I give a floor to you if you have question. Okay, thank you, Yaroslav.
Currently, we have a question in the chat as a continuation of your presentation. Question that usually, sometimes when women are heading a household, uh, do you have any statistics of how much the statistics has grown in Ukraine of women-led households? And how should your government react to such changes? How should the government create green jobs with gender statistics included? Well, I can't speak for the local government, I can't speak for municipalities. I can talk about the job, the work that which we do. As I said before, we're dealing very much with international partners. Our international partners are very much in. So it's the Prime Minister, it's other leaders in this segment of energetics, of energy effectiveness that support this notion of allotting women, of leading women into the sphere. We make an accent on support and supporting of leadership in the energy sphere. As I said before, our future is decentralized energetics. Decentralized energetics is what we are going to come to, and this is the message we're promoting, but the initiative must be picked up by the municipalities. It could be projects, it could be micro networks. We're talking about projects of creating jobs, and we're talking to potential donors and potential participants of the financial contribution to the sphere. We're talking about giving attention to women-led projects, and like for example, we recently had a Danish-led meeting with Germans about investments into this area. We proposed having a competition, having a tender of different projects with different organizations. And we said that one of the priorities, one of the prioritized projects are women-led projects, projects that include women. They should receive priority financing. This is what we talked about in the beginning. That United States has such an initiative. And this is the push for changes which we must accept in the 21st century. Currently, we can see that we have very many questions, very many issues that are pushed to the second level, pushed back. The first issue that is being raised is, why are we doing this right now since we're having a war? This is not current. We disagree. This is very current. We have to talk about this now to be able to work with it later. We have to accept the infrastructure. We have to finalize the paperwork and present it to our international partners. Thank you. My apologies. We have a European Commission meeting today, so I thank you for your initiative. I'm very grateful to the partners that support you, for the partners that are giving you the necessary support. We hope that everything succeeds, that we receive the opportunities for women in the sphere. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yaroslav. Have a good meeting with the European Committee. In continuation of the question addressed to the previous speaker, how to deal with the local level projects, I'd like to address this question to Mr. Alexander Boyko. He's also online. He's Deputy Energy Effectiveness Minister of dealing with communities of Ukraine. And I'd like to ask him to explain how Ukraine is right now dealing with municipalities in green development in green sphere, and if you have any plans that you can share for 2024. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the introduction. Everybody can hear me. Excellent. So without further ado, we have a small presentation for you. So, first of all, what is the Ministry of Rebuilding Renovation? Why is this an important topic for us? It's one of the central ones that are being discussed at today's event, because we have regional politics, municipal politics, and issues of energy effectiveness. So green jobs issue has been raised very many times in international partner communication. We had different numbers of statistics. Probably today we have received the best statistics for expectations in green job creation. As far as I remember, we have seen previously about 500,000 new job possibilities. About so we had a bit more conservative estimates. We're still researching this problem. We're still looking for opportunities and solutions to this problem. So probably I'll start with them. Start with the issues that we have, the challenges. It seems that you're well aware of the most prevalent problems in the area. Currently, the issues are the extremely high of the energy costs, of the energy capacities, and so forth. You know all of these problems, but currently the issues that we have all the time is the lack of competent employees. We have raised this issue several times. We do not have enough non-qualified labor and high qualified labor, such as project engineers and so forth. We have right now a very prevalent issue with maintenance companies. So most of the solutions which we have had are helping in create jobs in project realizations, in training programs, investment allotments, and attraction, and so forth. The basic sectors which we are building in, interested in, are in municipalities. Since we have a cross-sector issue, we have different events in different sectors. We have we have the transportation sphere, we have the production sphere, the civic sphere. Most of the issue is that they are based on and limited by economically current prices. So they are energy effective enough and they do not need as much attention from us. The ones that do need our attention are the areas, the sphere that are most uh, that have the most costs, that have the most per square meter in energy. This is the most potential in energy attraction and job creation. From one of the best non-financial instruments that we have is the capacity building question, which what I mean by that is compet creating training centers for building up the amount of competent professionals that are able to create and implement projects like plumbing, energetics, most of the maintenance housing sphere. Right now, the issue which we're dealing with is the energy measurement from 250,000 households to allow every single household access to the uh, municipal professionals which are able to identify problems they have and effectively solve it. From one side, energy effectiveness is one of the projects that we're dealing with priority-wise, and this also is a basis for this is also basis that has a systematic problem. Last year, 2022, this was the best year for implementing the energy effectiveness on place. So that's a key moment for us. Um, about 90% of energy management personnel on places were not dealing uh, with their job uh, requirements. Some of them were drafted into the army. Some of them were dealing with volunteers. Some of them were dealing with humanitarian help. Some have begun developing infrastructure and military needs. So we have gotten to the issue when we need to create implement more stable. We need to have more professionals in this area. And for this, we have to create financially attractive and organizational attractive instruments. For this, we need employees. For this, we need training. And this is a circle which we're running in. We're dealing with a high loss of personnel from the maintenance sphere. And we have to, and the issues, the figures of green job necessity have to include this fact that we have right now a very high shortage, very high loss of personnel, of human resources. The war definitely introduces uh, its say. In 2021, in the energy sphere, we had about 40% of energy consumption in the energy sphere. Right now, we understand that due to the war uh, issues of relocation and destruction-wise, for a large amount of businesses. Uh, the the energy production sector has decreased, and we have had we had an increase of housing effectiveness. Currently, we hope that the effectiveness will be picked up by the decarbonization efforts, the energy effectiveness efforts. We're trying to communicate with the government, and we're trying to make accent on the housing and the municipal sector. Private housing, basically. Last but not least, I'd like to say about centralized energy allotment. Uh, we have an issue about we have that Ukraine, among all of the European countries, has the largest energy cable, energy spreading network. So currently, if we do achieve investment, if we are able to attract funds, the issue we'd like to raise is not only creating jobs, not just any kind of basic jobs. We also need highly qualified professionals that are able to create project documentation, accept projects, and so on and so forth. I'd like to end with what everybody was talking about is the war factor in our sphere, as far which I think right now is very current and prevalent, and it affects the situation greatly. We definitely like to commend the resilience of an energy professionals which are able to work in these conditions. Our army, which is able to hold off the aggression and allow us to work. They are the people due to whom we are able to talk with you right now, and we hope that we receive the investments, we receive the help necessary for us to achieve and prevail through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. There are some questions to you. We have such question in the chat. The first question is, please tell us in which way we can restrict the object of EDE on natural territories if it's strategy for document. As a typical example, as a technical demand, it's a 10 of wind generate and different stage of natural defend territories. Why the questions? Because there are some investment of environmental legislation or whatever. From one point, I would like to say that the question is, it's a question not about renewable, it's a question of Ministry of Energy. Yes, we deal with regional and local policy. I will not comment the VDE to characterize some things which can solve the territory which are under the defend. The decentralization has its own consequences. Decentralization, in effect, it's lead to the fact that increase of this local power has empowerment, a local council which make such decisions, that she made such decision. And one more time, I will not evaluate its positive or negative decision, because from one point the decisions are issued, and another my question is energy efficiency, not the regional development. Anyway, in any way, we had to look for the consensus with corruption risks and some kind of land plots, is a vision of realization of such a project of VDE. It's not a question to the ministry. Generally, it's not a question to the ministry. It's a question. It's a question when I personally have a question concerning corruption. I have some big desire to call our responsible for anti-corruption activities, the ministry, to invite for the question and discuss everything due to the protocol, because such questions are very sensitive, and it's better to address them to the specialist. If you have some an ABU and the competitive authorities, it will be great if you will succeed such in your point of view. Thank you. Thank you. And one more brief question. If was to reinvest to the biggest range of energy supply, back better. In any way, as a position of ministry and my personal attitude, that in CTP it's necessary to invest in CTP. CTP is to be rescued in such places where it must want to be liquidated. So, central heating supply was in such initiative came for different places, and I think that it's a mistake to get rid of centralized heating supply, because I came from Denmark, and Denmark is a leader for this sector, and not only in Europe but all of the world. And this, how the central heating supply can equalize different peak of generation in case of a reload of VDE or heat accumulator, and what kind of potential of centralized heating supply from the point of view of stabilization of energy system. For us, this question is underdeveloped, not realized, not implemented. There are a lot of things to be done, and for us to provide everything for European Union, both from the requirements point and from the energy laws and such things. And I think that we will be very close to energy efficiency from the gas and decarbonization, because centralized heating supply gives possibility to equalize the heating energy from different sources. That is why I support the central heating supply. Thank you very much. I don't have questions. Thank you very much. Thank you to get involved in our discussion, and I would like to involve Semyon Mals, the advisor for energy project, with a part of the range of German trade chamber, which have 140 offices. Organization of Ukraine was founded in year 2016, and at this time support Ukrainian German enterprises in the development of international business. It's an important platform for development. Simon, I would like you to tell more about trade chamber and potential projects in renewable energy, which could increase the quantity of jobs in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me? Thank you. Thank you for invitation. My name is Semyon Mels. Ukrainian is a fourth language for me, so I'm sorry if I will speak very slowly. Ukrainian Trade Chamber is a chamber from German government, and we located in Kiev. And I work only for the second month as a referent for energy projects. So we are looking for on bilateral level. We are looking for a business. We help German companies to enter Ukraine, and also we help Ukrainian companies to enter Germany. And for this purpose, how say for you, due to the war, it's very hard for Ukrainian companies to enter Ukrainian market. That is why we help you, German company come to Ukraine. And I deal with energy company. It's first of all because you have decentralization of energy. It's an important topic. It's first of all a solar and wind companies. In German government, it has plenty of tools how to help this company to enter your market, and it's very cool. But they also need to have some help from your companies. For example, why? Because now, what kind of help from your company is important? First of all, so takers, it's very good that you have made such a PPA contracts in June this year, and I hope it will help German companies, and they would like to use them, but need to make some contracts with the off-takers 14 13 years and about such energy for solar PV modules, and to use this energy. And to this purpose, we need big Ukrainian companies who will do this. It's a first point. Then we need to understand that German people are a little bit afraid, and we are trying to get them interested to come to your market, and because it's very important to come now. There are some advantages, positive points, why it's important to do now. And I think because after the war, more ones will come. Why? I don't know, because a lot of people talk a lot, but no one is doing nothing. There are some programs from GIZ company. I don't know, do you know them or not? They, for example, help the transfer from wind energy to the solar, and such programs. And such programs, you can find them in internet. They are accessible in internet. And for example, such a word, it's for example, they give 10,000 euro for such companies who make startups on these topics. How you say, regenerative energy, like this, renewable energy. I don't know. I didn't understand that. What sense should I say now? Because it was in Ukrainian language. If you have some questions, I will answer them. Okay.
Дякую, пане Сім'ян.
Thank you, Pan Simon. The official part of presentation for the first part is finished. Do you have any questions from the audience? Yes, you have the microphone. Milevska, Interfox, Ukraine. Please tell us what projects specifically you're dealing with for attracting German investments, and what is the problem with Ukrainian companies working in this sphere? Why Germans? Well, we do not have any shortage of Ukrainian companies. We just have to make a contract to German companies for them to provide their solar batteries. Their contract is from 12 to 15 years. Of course, nobody wants to do this because nobody knows what will happen in 12 to 15 years. Specific projects, well, we're creating information for all companies, whether they should join the German market or not. For example, we're creating investment guarantees on the German market. All of the companies that are joining the Ukrainian market right now, if they're worried about military risks or something like that, the German government sponsors and ensures that we give the money back completely. This is unprecedented. Every single time program happened, the program was implemented in other countries, and this is the first time companies have stayed during war in a country. Previously, every single time a war happens, countries are out. Right now, we're offering information for German companies that want in. We're also having a lot of communications with your Ministry of Energetics and dealing with the questions of regenerative renewable energy. They have many interesting questions. They need help, and we're presenting their questions to the ministry, or basically collecting them and presenting them. This is what we're doing. The question is, how many companies, how many German companies are you working with right now that are interested in working with Ukraine? Well, I've been working only for the second month, but we already have 10 companies that want to invest, that already have invested and want to increase their investment. Do you know the amount of investment? And no, we do not. And we would not even call them investors. We'd call them companies that want to join the market. They're not investing remotely. They're waiting for a return on their investment. They're not just giving money. Well, this is a good thing as far as we can see. Thank you. We have another question. Microphone, please. What kind of companies are the ones investing in Ukraine? Solar, wind? We have both. We have solar energy companies, we have wind energy companies. In the future, it will probably be biomass or hydrogen companies to create hydrogen. Germany is interested in only one kind of hydrogen, green hydrogen, created by both solar and wind energy. So they're right now only starting to implement these projects. First of all, the solar and wind projects, and then to create green hydrogen. We still have other regulatory work to do for the biomass energy, because your government is ready to work right now, is ready to change itself to export the energy. Germany is not that flexible. They need a bit of time. What about information for future investments? Where do you have that? Where can they find it? We have information in our organization resources. You can just contact me. You can contact me. I'll tell you the necessary resources. Currently, we're having a bit of maintenance on our site, but usually the information is on our website. Question from the site. So basically, the German companies are insured by the German government, and our government and companies are intermediaries. No, this is not how I see this. The German companies are insured by the German government? This isn't such an easy question. You have to understand that the export of okay, if I go from abroad to some companies, they're not insured. If I create a company here in your country, they are insured against practical risks, like we said. Not a lot of people know this. This makes us a private company in your country, but it has been financed by the German government to do this. Basically, they're working for free. Do we have any other questions? My name is Maxim Bevs. I also work in an energy company. The what is most prevalent right now for regional municipalities, district companies, is can German investors come to them directly? Omit the government side, the bureaucratical side. What is necessary for the German investor to make this collaboration with municipalities possible? Us, I cannot answer this question. I don't deal with investors. I deal with companies. For example, if they need to talk to, if they want to deal with municipalities, they need off-takers. They need a big company that will ensure this project, that will make a contract for this project. They have a win-win situation, like we say. Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the audience? We do. Microphone, please. Good day. My name is Svetlana Krakowska. I work in Hydromed Institute, but I'm very interested in this cases. Mr. Simon said that companies need about 12 to 15-year contracts. I thought about schools. Is it possible that if business would fund schools and we would create such job places from the scratch? We'd have educational projects and create a win-win-win situation, so to say. I think this is a very interesting proposition, but we must understand that somebody has to fund this. If it's your government doing this or somebody else, sure. We have specialized schools as well. We just have a slightly different structure. Our municipalities are well funded and they can allot them, they can do whatever they want with them. As far as I understand, you have a slightly different structure. We must understand that this is a valid proposal, but I don't know who, and this isn't something we can deal with, unfortunately. Thank you. I had something to add though. If it's a big German company that arrives to Ukraine with their own equipment, we can have a pilot project. This is possibly financed by the company that's arriving. We can ask the company itself if they're interested in having a school participation or a kindergarten participation for this and create this situation which you're talking about. And a question about educational programs. What educational programs, courses, modules will implement and create green jobs? Is the area interested in adult lives? We recognize that the educational question is quite prevalent. We have to work with the Ministry of Education because we're looking at the European Union. As soon as they started on the green course and they started talking about investments and investing into the green energy sphere, they started they started developing green informational and skill-based sets. They we have a platform for small and medium-sized businesses that provide education in the sphere, and we we could have seen how they have specialized. They proposed courses, they proposed requalification projects, programs. They propose European integration projects. So it's a question that really demands investigation. How much Ukraine is needed specialists in these areas. What Miss Svetlana said, we could start from the school because we have ecology lessons in schools, but we know the state and the quality. This is basically nothing. Uh, we mu- we could have potential in this sphere, but we need qualified professionals. Uh, we we could have a research project on this, gather data, see what we actually need and what we actually are being offered by the educational sphere, and then start with the second part of the requalification and work with the businesses right after this, working with the companies that already give such opportunities and such projects. So it's a quite a large research and investigation project.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Artem Koval, German Organization of International Cooperation. It's more not like a question, it's like it's a opinion concerning your educational program. We work with a technical school for a long time, and in this approach we have a pilot project with the Chervonograd building Lyceum, where the program is realized. Electromontage work of some panel, and we have with a pilot project, but we would like to make this program work all over Ukraine. Also, we have other projects in framework of Ukraine-German cooperation with training of energy efficiency, with the testament has told. In principle, German given support through the development agencies, not like, but he has important role for Ukrainian government in creation of legislation space, because now this professional school faces the thing that it's very hard to have a licensing of this program. And we have such obstacles which created by the state itself, but we have such work provided, and we understand, as is correct to say in the presentations, there must be a lot of qualified staff must be created to fill of these job places. And I have a question to you. Please tell us if the practice, if you communicate with German partners, in which way German implements in the practice such European skill agenda as a program of European Commission for retraining or training for new skills. It can be made during the whole life, whole requalification, gaining of new skills, or you take this as the example in your pilot program. Yes, yes, as I told, and for us, we have we have many projects. One of them transition, and another one it's a big project which was in Ukraine of all skills, which was called to facilitate the requalification of adult people, training courses and professional educational institution. It's a big advantage of Ukraine because we have a legacy of a range of technical schools which we cooperate with, and if there are some obstacles at central level, on regional level, we have a great big infrastructure work with it. It's German partners, Europe. Thank you, thank you. Tell us if you have some questions in audience. In chat online, we don't have questions. Okay. I have question. I would like maybe some words about local power, regional level. It's a question in principle of the colleague from Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Renewable. They try to answer this question, but there is one more interesting thing that we cannot avoid when we talk about the cities and regions. From one point, it's approach when you come from up. We have several approach which are on green questions. We can talk about the green jobs. This one, but we can from upside down in this process is longer than if it come from a downside uprise. And we have plenty of such example when communities, cities, which are very active and have their green or green agenda. And I can make some example when because we work with this community. It's a Vinnytsia territory community which before the war started, they have declared the green way of Vinnytsia. They worked out such ambitious roadmap about the promoting of such agenda. It's not just like a beautiful thesis. It's a concrete roadmap of those events, which is some time frames. Sure, the war has broken, has this plan broken, but I trace this plan. But even as they try, from the green point of view, they try to implement many things from the green point of view. And maybe it's the first time I talk it in public, but now we communicate with them. Maybe try to work some kind of pilot projects for green places, and they already they promote their green agenda. And so vivid example when you shouldn't wait some decision from upside, so they understand that it's a possibility. It's a possibility for investments to come to them. It's a possibility to appeal for some projects. There are a lot of Ukraine life and horizon, and if community is ready, has a vision, and easier to find the partners and to support some approaches if come from upside, and they say, please launch the strategic plan. It's just on paper. So it's just an example. Thank you very much, Natalia. If we don't have questions, I would like to summarize everything and make a little break because we have a second panel, because we have more practical panel. It's planned for our speakers to tell us for concrete projects for crediting, for project of bank sphere, besides the barriers that the investor meets and the projects of this, and of course the most expected Ukraine facilities, how it's reflected, how what does our government tell about the project of Ukraine, and so on. And for those who are online, please get involved approximately at 1:05. The one who is here, we have some 40 minutes break, and then we will continue after with the second panel. Thank you very much. I will introduce myself. My name is Maxim Bez. I'm head of enterprise for renewable energy and the reconstruction of Ukraine. Rather we stand, we continue our communication. I think it's very important now. It's a political component. It's very simple. Where to find the investment in renewable energy? Here we make it a little bit narrow from the point of view of finding of renewable energy, but it's a question to energy efficiency. It's pretty wide spectrum. Marina Denisuk is with us today, and he's a senior project manager and head of a coordination group of Green Office. And the approach renovation expert of energy and climate. Before war, I was coordinated the green way, which was only born to us, and that is why we forgot a little bit about this. But in effect, we didn't forget about it. I can tell about this. Not so long time ago, for beginnings, it was not so. We created the documents for renovation with a volume of 50 billion euro for the period from 24-27 year. It's Ukrainian facility fund, and Ukrainian government for the latest month has actively worked on the range of activities in the framework of this framework. And from this message, we would like you to comment as a reflection of this question of green jobs formulation documents of state facility, and what kind of sector will be more favorable and some magnets for development of green jobs. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to mention that Ukraine facility is not adopted in the agenda. It was the first reading about the management of budget of European Union, and we, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Economy, has many times communicated for the distribution and for three so-called components with the help of 39 billion concerning the cover of our current costs, also social. Very important is for us is that we cannot cover it on our own. It's a support in the war times, and for us to be able to continue to exist, also to provide the possibility to provide reformation. Concerning the green jobs, in Ukraine facilities, separated of the magnets sectors, which have the big influence for the development of the economy, because the plan is about economy, about its increasement, about what should we do to be self-efficient, what steps should we take to provide it more quickly during 4 years. During 4 years, we come to the balanced budget with a minimum deficit. For this purpose, we need the economy to increase, and these sectors let us to make it provide more quickly, and they are cross with your evaluation, which was made in your evaluation, the transport, energy, and agro sector, and I think you didn't clarify that the sector has green jobs. It's connected with green sector, biomethane production. It's also green jobs. It's not so much, but also there exist new technologies of working on the land plot. It also can be counted from the point of view of green jobs, because it's a less decrease of evaporation. As our focus of discussion is renewable energy, I would like to mention that it's not the single thing in the energetic sector which has has a marker of green color, I would say. It's also about the energy keeping use of biomethane, because for us renewable energy, the peak, and it's very important in the complex. We have some complex for about more efficiency and for keeping energy, so-called tests which can work not only on gas but also by biofuel. That is why the sector you should add or estimate, because as a rule, not only the renewable energy, as a single compounds we have one more component which is due to the evaluation of the flexibility of energy system of Ukrenergo has plays a significant role in the renewable period. It's a 2 gigawatt which led us to balance for available green generation, but we also expect in period not only the period year 2027, but also we negotiate many topics working out of new methodology about hydrogen energy. It's also the part of renewable energy because it's connected with its balance, and we can also use it as a station for keeping of energy. Also, we don't talk open about the coal. We talk about the finalizing of its use for generation of electronic energy. Here we may say that we have several events how Ukraine will transform, and also we have questions that quantity of people who were dealing with mining. It's more than we will be able to retrain for the sectors of green jobs for renewable. You need less labor power to make it function. And that's why we have some moment of retraining, and it also must be reflected in your report, because there are much more people which are called to be reformed, more than those ones who would be deal with in new sectors. Take into account the age. Also, it's also many people who should be integrated in new system, new reality. We also can say that in system of distribution of energy is a place for green jobs. Such a system as a smart range, decentralized, for example, decentralized system or smart network which connects not only generation of small capacities but also the unification and distribution of electronic energy for small spaces. It will let a balance, the system balance on regional and community level. This is the reason why maybe it's not the sufficient one, because it's not some IT specialist measuring its measuring point, its IT system of balance on regional level, but we say about the system united system. It's a heat pumps, for example, where possibly wind generation can possible, which can unite in a small system, which can balance, satisfy the demand, and balance for the station for a collection of this of the energy, and be a component to make the decarbonized as much as it possible. That is why, to make in conclusion, Ukraine facility and even enlargement report, which connected with between open about the green jobs, we don't see any open information about green jobs. But you also mentioned in your report there is no such definition as green jobs. It was not confirmed anywhere that we should use it in separate way and separate out from general increase of general employment places increase. So Ukraine development focused on economic increase and use of labor power. When people come back, the criteria of coming back, it's availability of place of employment. Where we will create this place, it's recommended our politicians in key sectors in transport, construction. It's connected with the usage of the sources, not sources as materials which have been used. It's bringing them back to the used in the second in the strategy of circular economy. It's also sector, and everyone told us build a better way than you have had to. It's not some kind of definition, so everyone can understand its own his or her own way. We understand it that having been used the criteria of green resource, we can rebuild better things than it used to be due to new energy standard, with the possibility to provide the energy. It's also back into intention. It's a question of available financing. Of course, it's restricted in the budget, but we know that we have partners who help us. We had many projects for rebuilding on regional level, and we have the key sense that money will be given with the criteria. They cannot use the criteria for those projects which don't correspond to their criteria. If we don't have such our criteria for concrete object, they already have them. So the things that we have money partners, we have with the criteria. Everything which we are planning to develop and focus our attention, it will be focused on the green spectrum and renewable spectrum and technology of minimum use of the new resources and of the unification of the market. The market also have their own criteria.
Thank you, Marina. This was very interesting information. Later, I think we'll be forced by such a transfer to create the mechanisms of government tender changes to make them more green-oriented. Oh, yes, I would like to say that this government fund issue is very prevalent in the European integration course. It is several-fold. First of all, we're building new legislation toward government a lot of funds. There's some specific criteria of energy effectiveness which we already have implemented through several acts, rules, I'd say more specifically, that implement criteria of energy effectiveness due to the energy effectiveness criteria. And this will be implemented in government tenders according to the recommendations of the European Committee for the next year and the European Agency. I think their full term is about 4 years of implementation. Can't remember the exact dates, but we're definitely moving into this vector, into this area, that government tenders will be greener. But it's going to be more material than jobs. But we say that nobody will be financing dirty technology, and separately we implement the regulation against pollution. We have a ready legislation project that forbids dirty technology to be used in construction and business. We currently have a period where we still can use such technology. For example, if you say that right now we cannot change, we will continue to use dirty technology, we say you have 10 years and then you die. Because after that 10 years, you will not be able to work anymore. For example, if 2034, that will be the end date. These are not the criteria for government purchases tenders. These are infrastructure and equipment modernization. We have a certain term for which businesses that do not follow this criteria, that do not use green energy, will have to be closed. For example, if 2035, the promised date where we will be no longer using coal, this corresponds to the whole thing. Yep, it is the adapt or die approach. Due to the fact that Ukraine is a monopolistic market, we have natural and artificial monopolies. We all understand that this many years of war, we lost about 50% of generational potential. If we can we rebuild? Can we rebuild it to 100%? No, we cannot. About 30% of what has been destroyed is impossible to renovate. And so we have an energy deficiency crisis, which we have to bring back. Nobody's building coal stations anymore. We will not be getting investment for such projects, and we accept this vector that all of the new stuff is going to be green. The market is making its demands and making the criteria where this will be interesting, and it's all limited by price caps. Service, sometimes services receive additional help when supply exceeds demand. We must balance this, and we have three criteria for this. It's price caps for a price that exceeds costs. Second element is long-term contracts. We are not sufficient with 1-2 year contracts. We're trying to make the contracts 3 to 5 years, and we're looking for such an instrument. And the third issue is third criteria is debt. Unfortunately, of course, we're accumulating debt during due to the issues. We're trying to cover them market ways, but politically wise, we must decide what to do with them because they're in occupied territories. We will try to implement them, and we'll try to take this into account. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your speech. We understand that such problematic that we have lost a lot of solar power stations, a lot of wind power stations, about 50% of our losses. And this will probably be our next question. It's Anna Korchevska from the online presentation. We know that it's about 500 billion investments into renewable energetics, which we need every year to follow the accords of preventing climate change. Before the start of the war, the investment into the area were about 12 billion. and a big part of those which was invested, we basically lost because of the war action. Most of our solar-powered stations were destroyed by the enemy. And we want to ask Anna Krzyzewska today, what barriers for investments can you identify that exist today in Ukraine due to the war? And what problems investors face besides the war and the methods of investing into the area? Because a lot of our speakers were saying that the German government is needing guarantees. We hope that Anna will tell us more.
Good afternoon. I hope you hear me in good quality. If it's possible, share my screen, please. I shared it, but it's not visible. I think sharing works. It works. It works. We have it. Super, thank you. If exists some barriers for investment in renewable energy or just a green investment, I wouldn't call it investment. It's some kind of condition. If you were told we have some kind of criteria, some requirement to the investment, yes, you couldn't invest. It's not allowed to invest to mining, for example, for which is very harmful. It's impossible to build up coal electrostation is just the main criteria. For green investments, there are such a requirement we have for all other investment. It's profitable, good reputation. It's a sense which is beside of this problem, because of this problem, but there are some preference for the projects which have no green compound, some ICG component. There are a little bit less project which are focused for renewable energy, or for example some social improvement from positive altitude. If it's possible, next slide. From things that can call barriers, I have found 5 of them, and all of them have potential, has the concepts. First of all, it's forbidden to pay costs abroad. Of course, you can find a way around, but it's a long time and it's expensive. We are restricted in international investment. It can be money of DFI or money of international financial institution companies, but for this must be governmental agreement. They will give the credit money and our enterprises, so we will give them back. It's about all of the kind of money and military risks which are annexed both for Ukraine and for international. It's dangerous to invest in those assets which can be occupied or damaged. So that's why some instruments have been worked out for this. Our Ukrainian company don't make any insurance for military risk, because everyone would go to the insurance company, because everyone should take some insurance, and such company had to find the possibility. So now we have international insurance agencies. It's Amiga, DFC, such companies who can give insurance for international investment in Ukraine. We have such draft law about internal insurance of Ukrainian investment in Ukraine. We also have, it's not we have, it's in the world, it exists in the world, such instruments that Export Credit Agency can give insurance for the resident. For example, Nexi is an export credit agency of Japan. It can insure the investment of Japan companies because, for example, Sweden in the investment of Sweden in Ukraine, but it must be a Japan company. And about the cost of the insurance, because the condition of DFC, they very favorable for the next conditions are less favorable, but more long term. They say that we will support you, but we would like you to pay us higher interest. And one more, the insurance will cover not all the amount of the investment if the insurance cases will take place. So 80% will come back, 90%, sometimes 99%, but it will not compensate the time which was spent with the project, the effort. It's very hard to even to think about this. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next barrier, next event is a moment which would like to pay attention to. It's a market. Very pleasant about the green future when you don't think about money. If you don't like to analyze the market, or you make it about some kind of visual thinking, or the investor will not take it, we are better than the investor. No, investor is understands pretty well. If investor tells that it's very, for example, the project has some RDR plus 15, it's mistake. How you can overcome it? You can watch the experience from RDN plus 10 plus 11. So it's non-profitable of the project. This project itself, investment project, can be focused on decrease of cost or to some long-term perspectives. But now it's very hard to explain in which way the cost of the investor will come back. It can be heat road, it can be reconstruction, it can be exchange of equipment in the heat and boilers. It will not be the direct income, and you should find another financing to this. You can find it, but it will be not so big investment project. Absent demand, absent market. It's very interesting. For example, you can build the road with a cover from plastic, which was, but this road will be very expensive, and you need finance it from our local budget, which is not pleasant for taxpayers, or it's necessary to pay for the community, make this road paid for the community, but the community is not ready to pay about this. When it's called for time and changes, and absence of the professional. Not everyone can trade energy. No one can write up the ecology policy. You should find people to pay attention to international market, to get advice from the colleagues, and you know it better than me. Next challenge that we have, it's skin the game. Free, you can receive grant, you can get technical support or advice, but it will not be a big amount, and it will be not a project financing, not very difficult. So it's not very easy to have the credit from facilitating of heating of the building. If you have the green component, it must be the financial contribution, 50% or 30%. Someone don't like to take this risk. You say 80% of your investment if it will be a brand new project, if you will do from the very beginning. As own responsibility of company, responsibility of initiator of the project, it's a guarantee, it's a bargain for credit on bail, and you need to have some property it's responsibility, and you should take it upon you. It's very expensive program because the equipment is not cheap, and technical documentation is expensive, subcontractor is expensive, and no one wants to wait when your company will be beneficial. You will pay for this from in 5 or 4 years. It's a price obstacle. Next barrier, please. And the last scene. When investors think to invest into Ukraine, they would like to understand the subcontractor, understand the people and the company who will take this money, to whom they will invest, and they look for the company with experience. It doesn't mean if it's the first project or the second project, it's impossible to raise the money, but it's very difficult. And as everyone, international investors, it's easier to cooperate with those one who know to money to the company with the open credit line, the history of cooperation. A company proved that it's reliable and will bring money back, will not lie and use it due to this target use, not by Mars for you, for someone of the company, and with some kind of criteria which can give additional pluses. This is a history with cooperation with DFIs, a good credit history. It's a cooperation with the international investor. If before the war the investment were made, international investing to Ukrainian company, it calls it its reliability, and of course had no for PEPs and oligarch. And here about some separate locations, we have a monopoly for electronic network. It's impossible to avoid this. Yes, it will help to renew electronic line, never, but in other case, they will avoid the cooperation because it contradicts the investment criteria. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Anna, for your, from my point of view, financial report, because it's very deep. It's very deep. It can be, the question is the guarantee of financial guarantees, which can be given on the level of municipalities, both for level of business, criteria which made by our financial international organization. In my opinion, in the future, it will be difficult, I would say, to implement them in our market, and you should think on some kind of stage about the changing of the policies, about the military economy, and we would say about the continue of credit line and decrease of the credit interest and the libero will be formed on external market, and those part of technical help will cover the, we would say, more higher rates concerning the credit unions development in a whole during, I expect, during war and after the war, for some kind of instrument for green reconstruction. Thank you very much, and we will go to the next speaker, Konstantin Krenitsky from my city, the Center for Initiatives ECODI. And before this, I would like to remember that the committee from utility issues with the next generation the trip to Volyn and Lviv region to discuss the transformation coal regions and new possibilities of the development, for example, of new in Novovolynsk, in Volynska region. Here already industrial park Novos already works there, 20 hectares near border of with Poland. We use coal infrastructure and the direction of region. It's a unification of object of green generation. It's very interesting. And it's such development that we have started to talk about. It's a transformation in minor cities, and we would like to ask Konstantin questions about the second forum of renovation of minor communities during war. Can you share what kind of transformation come in the Donetsk region and the potential of green jobs in the region? Andrei, if you're ready, Konstantin. Yes, I welcome you. I hope you hear me in good quality. We would like, with our Ukrainian partner, with Lugansk Center of Alternative and German Watch, our partners, during 6 years, talk about fair transformation. What does it mean? Marina has reminded we have year 2034, but we have tens of communities and cities, a budget of 90% depending on working of the miner. When the miner will be closed, it will be hit on the economy, and we should think of how you can soften this snap. We have been focused on the Donetsk region. It's in 9 communities, and from the very beginning, that surprised me that the representative of the power were opened office to the transformation topic, not like get rid of coal, but everyone understood that mine it's a mono enterprise, and there is no sense to exchange one enterprise into another enterprise, even if it's manufacturing of details or construction of some energy efficiency manufacturing. So you need to diversify the economy and create a different enterprise of different direction, including those one which will help on a national, regional level to help those states to decrease their dependence from China. And this question of diversity, we'd like to raise this with the experts in climate to with such ideas about maybe have sense to create the powers with the sun panel, typical pumps. Maybe now it will be very acute, energy efficient building materials for new construction, for energy efficiency, and we worked within them communities, and we should understand that for Donetsk region, the war has started not now. They have been living in the condition of the 30-40 kilometers. The military actions are going on, and there is such peculiarity when communities, when they come to them, they were more open because they understood they have no other way out. They need to be changed or think of something new and innovative. And all of this work has combined this creation together with the partners, with aid, with the also for support of European Union, with our project, the creation of transformation called Cities of the Donetsk region. Transformation, which includes one of these components, involvement of components, the changes of the structure of economy. And here the separate was the point, the development for such businesses which would help in decarbonization. And unfortunately, this program was not adopted. At the beginning of 22, it was had to be adapted, but unfortunately, it was not adapted. Now we have such a situation that the communities of eastern part of Ukraine, they think about survival. So the question of transformation of coal region, it's come to the renovation of economy of Donetsk and Lugansk region as it is. And such moment as green renovation must be widened. We should plan, and we as communities, we must think about renovation of economy and this potential. And always it was very funny to have such reaction. Communities, it says, it's possible, but such miners who had been working whole life in one kind of branch is difficult to them, and easy it's come to another production. And since that the discussion and many communities supported for the variant of development after the victory, its construction and involvement of the involvement into the business which created the materials which would look for such potential with states. Of course, the situation is difficult, and I think about some kind of investments now. It's difficult before the finalizing of active war actions. For example, we have another region, for example, Volyn region, where it's easier to think about this, and we put some NGOs, including the Razom Vistens. We were with the Lord Mayor in the United States. We raised up these questions, and one of the topics it was Lord Mayor from the Vinogradar. He talked about these needs of coal community, and American business told that it's a general understanding of Ukraine that there is Ukrainian war, and the difference between eastern part it's not so clear, and one of the way of help for Western region is communicate with European and American business, explaining what kind of real situation it is, what kind of potential you have, and the potential in West Ukraine is bigger than Eastern one, but in the same way, it's the same 9 communities. They write the common letters for international communities, communicating that they are here and they have a difficult situation, but now they think about reconstruction. They think about the planning of renovation, and now they would like to make emphasize not about the coal, but for requalification of miners, for changes of sustainable energy. That is what such questions, the fair transformation in our renovation. Now we can think, taking into account creation of green jobs. We should, as is a cable intelligence region, where it was a big influence on local population, has an ecological situation. We can focus and grounds this manufacturing and creation of these green jobs, because it will help the local economy, which will lose position due to the closing of miners. It will help our transformation, having the resources, and to provide the things that we will create real green reconstruction. So I have everything. Thank you. I have one question. Tell what kind of plan about the creation possible the manufacturing of energy efficient materials involvement the qualified person who work in this branch, and coal branch, and not only miners but engineers, mountain specialists, and development of Ukrainian technical way of coal is pretty wide. What kind of mechanisms or plan about this mechanism, about the opening of such enterprises, involvement of some miners, of such green jobs, or for example, manufacture of building bricks or some kind of practical things, some wall panel, heating, and other things, because we understand that besides there is existent resource that can and
So what exactly do you not have? Investments or into materials, into the business, into robots that will be building this. So what exactly do you need and in what amount of investment? And human resources as well. Thank you. Yeah, this is one of the ideas which we're dealing with in Pokrovsk region, for example, that we have to be building new industrial parks uh, based on which we'll be creating a new enterprise, for example, solar panels. But coming back to the question, to the issue, this is such a complex issue because it encompasses investments which we can technically acquire. It's also a question of government guarantees. Since we're at war, we do not have any guarantees from our government about the issue of such things. And also, it's a question of human resources, because we need transformation of, what, for example, miners. We're definitely not going to have 100% transfer. For example, if we fire 30,000 miners, we're not going to get 30,000 from in a new job. Somebody's going to leave, somebody's going to retire. So we need more people. We need training programs. Uh, we have planned new technical events, uh, and we're this has already been implemented in Chernograd. We're building solar panels, so we can expand. This is also a issue of government guarantees and government investments as one of the focusing uh, questions. Because if a government has a lot of projects and issues, it's kind of hard to explain to investors that yes, we're also one of the supported industries. This is something we have to work with Ministry of Energetics and so on. Thank you for your report on assessment. I think we'll come back to this question later and understand what kind of businesses and investment amounts we'll need to fully transfer to green energy in the future, as well as the investment investment possibilities. Okay, so now to Taras. Uh, One of the a representative of the agency of in agency of development and infrastructure. Maybe you can tell us how how are you developing green jobs, planning, and so on. I think you'll tell us more. Good day. Please bring my presentation on screen. Some words about me. I am a representative of the development and of the development agency. Probably we're not having the most efficient plans right now, but we have the ones that adhere to government regulations. We're trying. A key problem of development problems is that we are receiving investment on an already destroyed object to renovate it without an assessment of whether this object is actually needed. Maybe it's already been already decommissioned. We have three of my I have three of my colleagues which are beginning a new panel in the development with the European Commission. Maybe 13, 14 years ago, I was a part of a European Commission in um, and we were talking about leading women, and we're talking about women's roles in this sphere. That's where I met Miss Natalia, and under her initiative, I was able to develop a project which was later uh, a basis of an implemented project. This is kind of it. I basically did not change anything. This is how it has gone. This was a joint project of UN Environment Program and the European Commission. This slide was already in English because we were already transferred to bilingual English speaking. This is about the definition of green jobs, because sometimes people think that it's a very narrow line of jobs, like in solar energy. The person who was at a solar power station understands that this is not a lot of jobs, just several people. It's not going to replace a coal mine, for example. In fact, green jobs is a much broader subject. It's also administration, services, and so on. So we'd like to talk about the green jobs as in European implement. This is the data I had back then in 2010, so you can see that it's a bit outdated, and you can see how we have grown. For example, this 300,000 has already become 500,000. Well, as we understand that green jobs can not only be the implementation of solar panels, it's also manufacturing them, services concerning with the replacement of fossil fuels. So it's organizational jobs as well. We'll come to that in a moment. In 2009 in European Union, this topic was quite prevalent. These are the 2 pages of documents which I had to look through just in the European legislation alone. Right now, the quantity of such documents is several times higher. We were using the ECU and EP legislation from April of 2003. And we were placing quite a large emphasis on a survey. Like you can see, climate change was one of the really high questions. This was back then when our insane neighbor has not begun acting yet, so right now I think those numbers would slightly be shifted in their favor. When asked whether your government is doing enough for fighting climate change, we can see that the majority were thinking that no, they were not doing enough. Next, we were talking about. No, we're coming. I have two different presentations which I'm trying to operate at the same time. So yeah, this is the slide we're talking about. Whether European Union citizens think if if environmental innovations is for protection or is it detrimental? Most people were thinking that it is necessary. So this is what I can show about how European Union citizens' opinion changed over the years. This is where I found out that public opinion supports giving the rights for green jobs not onto a government, uh, onto a necessary level. In economic competition wise, we showed how many investments countries were allotting towards green investment. We can see that US and China were giving as many times as everyone else. So this is where the global leadership question arose. And we're trying to convince global leaders that this is the point when we had to move. We had to make several points which were the most prevalent for us in this area. You can see them on the presentation. And the next issue is our comparison between France and Germany as to how they were motivating their green sector. In France, it was transportation and energy efficient building. In Germany, it was the railway. They were thinking this is one of the best. They were seeing this as a green energy investment. Don't you think that this attitude of Europeans toward green energy was based on an energy crisis? This was an aftershock when they saw energy costs after the crisis and thought that no, we don't want to be dependent on this, and thought that absolutely must not, we absolutely must diversify. In Ukraine, I cannot show the data, but, here we can see how European Union amounts were prevalent in in the EU, sorry. Right now, the blue line has gone up much higher. When we counted potential jobs, it was about 3 million additional jobs. And currently we see only 1 million job opportunities in Ukraine alone. This was pretty much the algorithm of our jobs. We were dealing with several different departments. We were dealing with work groups, working with affiliated partner countries. This was when my internship ended. But in about half a year, we had a conclusion of European Council. Which you can see on the screen, it's a competitive, low carbon, resource efficient, and green economy conclusion. The results you can read in the next European Commission report. Basically, this was all financing these ideas through key funds. The European Social Fund was one of the most prevalent in 2013-2015. This was 16 billion euro. Currently, it is about 100 billion euros, and much of the fund was attributed to projects like these. The next fund was European Regional Development Fund. What we talked about for job financing. We already talked about the horizon, the funds. Uh, Two questions, please. How does the agency that you work as is taking into account climate crossfire? The bill counts from October of 2023 research. We have not looked at that data yet. We understand that the green vector is necessary for this. We're right now trying to create a pool of experts that will be dealing with this area. We're definitely um, dealing with the issue, but we're just starting really. Like I said before, when we make some small projects in a community, we're trying to take into account the green assessment. And thank you. Next time we see you, we hope to read through the updated data with Ukrainian potential. Hopefully, we'll have financial mechanisms open for the implementation of such um, thing. Next to our next speaker, Andrei Melnik his online presentation. The Lviv Bank Stable Development Director. I worked with a bank before, and when I was trying to create energy efficient jobs, it was a bit too early. Currently, I'm glad to see that these projects are being implemented right now, being financed, and hopefully Andrei will tell us about the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, their potential, the issues they encountered, possibly working with local communities if he has such information. Oh, Andrei, please. We can hear you absolutely fine. Thank you for the introduction. Absolutely. We were not. You called us. You made me feel a small deja vu because this is exactly the way green projects were addressed back then. And I'm glad to tell you what we're working on right now. If you can please send my presentation on screen. How should we go about this? Should I share it? Okay, everything's on screen. About 2 words about our bank. We consider ourselves a local bank that works in Western Ukraine. Next slide, please. We are specializing in medium and small businesses. We're being supported by our stakeholders, NEFCO Icelandic, who have already been through this and who know how to traverse the energy transition market, especially in Ukrainian war situation. This is how we see the development right now, because we understand that the Ukrainian West uh, con- is temporary or hopefully a permanent beach hold for small businesses, which we can help facilitate. OV Bank is on the way of stable development. We've been working on this from 2019. We under we state that this is not a trend following thing. This is modus operandi of our company because we understand that this is transferred to the what I call the side of good. Because before we go on the market and talk to our partners, one of them was mentioned, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, we had to research about how we are ready as a company uh, to account for our environmental influence, how much we're able to create partner products in this area. And for the past 2 years, we have been trying to improve. We've been assessing our operations, emission levels, and developing ecological projects. Currently, we think that we are ready for normal conversation with our clients and partners, because more just above the ecological mission, we have a social one, which is fairly consistent with today's event. Because when we're talking about ecological development, we must also take into account creating new jobs, creating new benefits for current employees to make people feel protected. And this is what we require the international community to work with. This is the numbers of last year of our ESG report, which we publish every annually for the past 3 years. As you can see, due to our financing and technical help, our green loan influences about 30% of emission lowering instances. As a bank ourselves, we have lowered emissions by 10% and invested in and decreased energy losses by 9%. Like I said before, we have a very large amount of grant programs due to our international partners like GRW, EBDD, EBRD. So we are able to propose to offer our clients more interesting projects than they will receive elsewhere on the market. Those projects will permit our partners to develop and themselves into energy efficiency. With KfW, we currently have 500,000 euro loan that is specific for lowering for energy efficiency. So our client receives the 0% loan and a modernization of their energy capacities. For this will be more efficient than a cashback program or a loan pro or any other program. Uh, but we do have programs like this with EBRB or EBRD. We have a cashback program where clients can receive a cashback for implementing projects in a right way. What issues we have dealt with? Like I said before, we see ourselves as twofold. First of all, we're a financial institution that provides interesting projects. And second part is we have a technical office of technical personnel, of engineers that are that have that have experience in doing such projects, and we help our clients with the implementation of that projects to implement and research um, technical uh, ways to lower their energy and increase lower their energy costs and increase their energy effectiveness. Uh, before Before that, the prevalent problem was more organizational, looking for partners, documentation, and so on and so forth. Currently, we understand that every day we are receiving a higher demand for this, and besides those loans, we're also working with international partners. I think in the first weeks of the new year, we'll be unveiling another new aspect, new area, with another new international financial institution that will help us work in the energy effectiveness field. With all the projects that we have available for our clients, one of the main factors that are being looked at is creation of new jobs or stimulating existing ones. This is something we approve of a lot. It is very nice to see that small businesses are already being at that level. Uh, I'd say with every second project, we have human resource uh, facilitation aspect into their projects. We'll definitely continue working in this area, hoping to achieve synergy in the energy sphere and the social sphere of working with employees and creating new jobs. I have a kind of a personal question. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are also interested in this because your future clients will come to you and say, okay, perfect. We have a loan, but we have a project that can be gone from scratch. So my question is, what's the effective percentage or at least range of that can be covered by technical help? When we were talking with Bogdan, we said that, for example, we have found the money, we have the technical aspect, infrastructure, we have the people. So the question is, why do we not have the increase of business that we call green. What is the issue that, uh, what is the problem that we have? Maybe you can help us. Whether people are afraid, whether they do not know, uh, maybe we need some informational companies due to business implementation. Thank you for that question. My thought is that we must definitely have some activity because, in my experience, I understand that the greatest barrier is in the mind of the business owners. I'm talking about the small and um, small and medium business that are perfectly prepared to sacrifice efficiency for speed and costs. There's still a prevalent stereotype that green means expensive, even though we've seen from our side that no, it is really not. Uh, like, for example, the project that we have offered, like, you have the loan for 9% annually. Uh, So basically, what I described is that our rates are more efficient than not than projects that are not energy efficient. Currently, the rate on the market is about 15%, 17%, but we finance from 13, 11, 9% due to the individual specifics. Thank you. We have faced such problems before. Um, we have projects that have received profitability in about 10 years, even 15 years. We must really have not only financial specialists in as part of a bank, we must also have technical specialists who we can help understand the technical side. Thank you for your presentation. Possibly in the end, maybe do we have any questions from the audience for reconstruction? Like you have seen today, we have a working real mechanism that is able to be implemented in financial institutions, political wise. I think that in the future will be only growing potential uh, and working onto a green future of Ukraine that we think is possible. We hope and for the facilitation of our colleagues. If we do not have questions from the audience, we have questions from the chats. Ms. Marina, this is for you. Question from the chat. What do we need to do in politics? Business investment colleagues will be sure of a project viability in the next 10, 15 years. In politicians, we have to liberalize the markets. We understand that this is a very difficult issue. Uh, we know we have green innovation and transformation law. In the next year, we'll be implementing the auction, the green auction, energy auction. Mm, regulations, so we'll have a new, more stable me mechanism for the process. So you'll be able to receive certain bonus for due to the energy efficiency. All of these innovations are created to lower the financial pressure onto the investor, uh, and facilitate the working of any financial agent on the energy market. So to minimize the debt on the market, of course, we understand that we're right now in war. There are some conditions which we cannot foresee, so such financial incentive will be helping to bring financial people onto the market and lower their debt. Like, for example, the auctions will help such people plan their activities for the futures. If it's not only the energy market, it's mostly liberalization, economically viable costs, tariffs, and the covering of debt. We understand that this is very hard to do in wartime. This will be a very slow transfer, and when it will happen is a political question. For it to be market viable, we have to be able to have the regulator be politically independent. So they'll be able to make their own cost tariffs, but it will not unfortunately solve the debt problem and will not solve the financial allotment of investment costs problem, because we have partners who have their own vision of where the funds should be going. So we definitely should be implementing this, but we do not know when we will. Currently, we can see the European instruments that are available in those countries, and we can use their and we can use their experience. The second question is pooling the markets. Of course, we must adhere to European legislation and regulations before we're able to join the European market. So basically, we have gotten everything we could have out of our legislation. Secondary legislation and regulation is prepared for next year. And so next year and the ones after that will be evaluating how well we were able to implement those regulations. It's a political process, it's a regulation process when we're improving the market conditions every single time. Currently, the political situation is very undecided, and our European partners, our American partners, are very adamant in us solving this problem, because every single in every single one of those problems was the energy costs uh, for the for the people. And in Europe, we have seen how prevalent this issue is. It can lead into protests. uh, in war conditions, we can basically not allow this to happen because this will be a social destruction issue which will be taken advantage of by our enemy. But so with the with the solution of this debt problem, we'll be working forward and towards in the process in the future, not now. Any other questions from the audience? No, thank you. Then I'm very grateful for you to join us online and offline. You can see the recordings in our YouTube channels. Everything, all of the media will be sent to you in the next few days. Uh, Please keep in touch. We'll inform you in the green energy legislation and situation in Ukraine. Thank you once again for your participation and have a great day.